this. And so now going to be seeing where I'm off to next. So, have you learned aught more of the final days? I have. And the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be of great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. Scions are running themselves ragged, trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. Trying to ascertain the where and why of it, Alice and Alphino have been traveling all over. While the regions they visited, Locus Eminus is the worst affected. Is one of the worst affected.
Stream elements.
Early.
Loki_TPA is now live.
Syncretistinian
Streaming Final Fantasy XIV online. Endwalker MSQ Trevor Project Charity Stream.
But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, but still but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concentrated effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. It probably is, those slackers. You'll also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortunal to the people of Radz-at-Dan. And I'm going to butcher these names now, I am sorry. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alice, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... the final days have come to Garlemald. Of course they have. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortunal. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before this leak show went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Loki. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was the first portal call, so you best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so he had best take every possible precaution. And off we go. Camp Broken Glass. Oh, this looks absolutely depressing now. Not that a frigid landscape was, all that inviting to begin with. Loki, but not a moment too soon. Skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. Cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacier that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you journey... Wow, it is way too early for me to be reading. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. I am. Upon departing for the Magna Glaciers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, I am going to be required to participate in battle. My progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, never, you will be able to try again from the most recent video. Earlier on the Magna Glacier. That looks bad.
No. No. We were promised an escape. Not to save you, Rebel.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair. You
shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord. Command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
can stand. Come with me.
Catching these.
You're safe now. Easy now. Deep breaths.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Let's go swoosh. I'm about to go swoosh.
Oh, listen, fire. Hi, I have you tab.
Hey, Alice. How you doing today?
Oh, listen, fire. Doing good today, thanks. Just playing a bit of Call of Duty with my brother. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Woke up and decided I wanted to play some Final Fantasy, so here we are.
Someone, please!
What?
A big walking eyeball. That is so scary.
Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Wait, that's... Euless and the army.
So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid.
for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
The gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
I both like it and hate it when I have to control one of the other regions. It's always such a mess for me because I like my bars to be in a certain order and they are definitely not there for this. Oh no! Went to the wrong one. Over there. I'll go here.
I'm not done yet.
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Oh, I'm so surprised I didn't die to that. Usually I am horrible at avoiding things. Finally. My turn to come in and play yet? Or I still have to control NPCs.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out! Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion.
Not a contest.
But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
People are dying. I'm just nonchalantly walking up. It's precisely why you should never skip your squat regimen. If there's a snarky answer, I'm gonna give it.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Just the beginning. I had a feeling I'd find you. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
This one's gonna be a tough one. And all of it. Use the healing DM with the organs you need to heal, buddy. That would have been funny if it still came down and hit Alphino and killed him. Because I couldn't move.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more. Short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Oh, this is a surprise.
Xenos! Here! You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship. Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
Probably
What?
not.
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy.
He's not
They will
wrong.
be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death.
Agreed.
But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
To see Xenos standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant, gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Why would we impede saving the world? That's just dumb.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
The Lopper zombie who wants pudding.
Where, oh, where is this star's blasted pudding?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetherius. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom?
More important than pudding and doom.
Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. That is trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good to have you back.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Putting way in the background.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Put some pants on.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Hey, at least I didn't have to get here on my own. They actually brought me with them. I dare say, Master Fortunaut was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As you'll soon discover, they have much and more to offer the forum. Might I suggest we return to the annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Well, reading for him is going to be tough, just because of the way he speaks. I'm just going to check out and see what they want me to unlock with this. Beg pardon, good madam. I would scarce help but notice that sightseeing log on your person. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? Ah, so it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Babeth Ironheart, Millith's aunt and seasoned explorer. Be a dear and hand me that log of yours. Millith told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations of your own, so it is only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that, and done. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas in the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are not more than rumors, some describing locales so fantastic that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't fill itself, you know. And I have no idea why I didn't do this way back when. Oh, I'm gonna have to run all the way. Well, they didn't do me any favors. It'd be faster to just teleport to the Aether Crystal, probably. Or just that Aether Shard over there would work. Valdesian Annex. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Labyrinthos a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Trial tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. What revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. No, it's a psycho little bird girl and her sister. If it and Akasha are the one and the same, then all but proves Natana's theory. For an entity of sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of Aether. But if our star is so replete with Aether, that entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamism of the great expanse. Medion. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose: the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim: to defeat Medion and her sisters. Don't forget her sisters. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Medion, and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Medion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vanat, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implications of temporal mechanics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Vanat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she should share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. Or whether she... Oof, I can't read this one. My eyes are crossing. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Medion? The Vanat I know would never give up. She's just making a secondary plan in case we can't kill her. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will and provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Medion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Heidelin must be necessary come first. Must by necessity come first. Gosh, sorry guys. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the ethereal sea? Sadly not, though we enlisted the help of Arnvald and other Echo-blessed allies. We couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the anti-tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, It would most likely be some sort of apparatus for observing the ethereal sea, built closer to home. There was a knock at the door. Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from the forum. Your presence is required in the rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Oh, where do I need to teleport to? The rostra. The forum is in session, and as such, the rostra is closed to visitors. I was told to get here. Scion of the Seventh Dawn. Well, very well. You may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, the secret institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Just you make your way inside, the forum takes a rather dim view of lateness. Didn't know the door opened. I would have just ran in. Thought the forum was in session. This room is empty.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well.
Oh, listen, Fire. How is the game going?
It's going pretty good. It's the MSQ for Final Fantasy Endwalker expansion, so it's mostly all just cutscenes and movie time.
As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and
Oh, listen, Fire.
and conveyed to
Oh, nice, that's alright though. I like a good movie. I love the Final Fantasy games. They are along my favorite. Devil May Cry and Resident Evil are my two other favorites.
I hate to say it, I have never played a Devil May Cry or Resident Evil game. But yes, Final Fantasy is probably one of my favorite series games too.
Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han
Oh, listen, Fire.
was foremost among these.
Whoa. If
But
you like
since the
Final
final
Fantasy,
days
it's
have
likely you
already
might
come
like
to
Devil May
Thamna,
Cry.
we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
I'll have to check into that. I might be playing that sometime soon then.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
Now, is that a console-only game, or is it also on PC?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To
Oh, listen,
journey
Fire.
beyond the sky is
Sure thing.
an unprecedented
There is quite a lot
and
of lore that goes on.
difficult
I believe it is also on PC, I'm not sure.
Introducing
I'll check.
sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Sweet, if it's on PC, I may have to get into that.
Oh, listen, Fire.
Questions
Apparently
as
it is
to
on
the
PC.
validity of that approach
Nice.
aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, We are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would
Stink
be
face
at
again.
liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
He's the one that wants to watch the world burn.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Raise your hands.
"71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it."
How did their father vote? That's what I want to see. Oh, he
Fortuno,
voted
as the
no.
architect of this project,
Jerk.
you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Well, I can agree the forum needs to have like the standard outfit that would show that they're a body of governing. The trumpet flower dresses just kill it for me. I think it's hilarious the way their outfits look. But that's just me. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both the means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Medion...
Oh, listen, Fire. I like the aesthetic though with most the outfits.
Oh, agreed. Like, it looks good, but it's just... It reminds me too much of a trumpet flower. Like, That's all I see when I see it. In the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously.
Oh, listen, fire. Ahahaha, yeah, true.
However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aether Burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Aether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it though. Yeah, how about get the Lopperites to do it? Or get Sid involved. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aether Burner. Mr. Stinkface is not happy. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. The Archeon. It's probably the Archeon, not Archeon. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? What do you think, Alice? You think I should keep reading the quests, since for like mobile viewers it may be hard to read, or do you think I'm wasting my time? Firstly, I think I should get in the habit of reading, but I don't know. I'm kind of torn on the topic because I don't like talking this much. I got a Vista number 3, the forum. Oh, just teleport.
Oh, listen, fire. TBH, I normally read most of it. Kinda gives a bit of narration going on, and I find that reading it also helps me to understand what's going on.
Noted. I will keep reading it then. Thank you. I wasn't thinking about it in some of my previous playthroughs, just because, you know, I see it on a huge monitor, so I don't really think much about it, but somebody mentioned that for those that might be watching it on a phone, there's no way they can read that text, so... I'm sorry for all the congestion sounds. My allergies have been just going haywire the last week or so. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift, and he is not happy. Step inside and have Ophaline take you to the medial circuit. Well, I'm gonna go sit in the corner and pout. Southwest.
Oh, listen, fire. But I'm going off to the shops now before they close. Just a note though, I am watching you on a huge monitor so I can read it just about, but I think if you read it gives you a good idea of how long to keep it on the screen for other people viewing, etc.
Very true, very true. Thank you so much for that insight. Alright, before I head down though, I am going to try and pick up any of the Aether cards I didn't get while I was here the first time, because apparently there's quite a few of them that I'm missing.
Oh, listen, fire. Oliso 14 love, Oliso 14 fire, Oliso 14 hype, Oliso 14 uni, Oliso 14 love, Oliso 14 rar 1.
Thanks, Alice. Have a good time shopping. Talk to you soon. Ooh, I suck in Labyrinthos for the
Oh, listen,
cards.
fire. Makes me laugh how it reads out the emotes.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't think there's a way to turn that off. I've tried.
Oh, listen, fire. Talk later. He'll of course keep the tab open for you.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you again for watching.
Oh, listen, fire. No, don't turn it off, it's funny. Oh, listen, fire. Ooh woo ooh woo ooh woo ooh woo tee.
You're cracking me up. Southeast. Cave. I'm gonna go with the cave. Not the caves. Apparently I have to go down here.
Oh, listen, fire.
Something else anyway.
Okay, ITTFN.
See ya. Have fun shopping. South. Gotta go south. Oh, there it is. See no trolls, great or small, perhaps a bit further in. This, by the way, is not the MSQ. This is actually, oh, I'm going backwards. This is actually a side quest. I'm pretty sure it's going to give me an Aether Current because of the little plus sign, and I'm not sure why I didn't just do it the first time I was here, but I didn't. I'll do it now, before I actually head further down into the zone. Now, why am I running? I have a mount for a reason. The nearest troll is nowhere to be seen. Noelle Tia may have had better luck. So, teleport back to Darkion, because I am lazy and don't want to wait. Where's my next Aether Current? West. That far west, though, it's probably down below. Then I'll teleport. Well, there's a big troll. I think that's the wrong troll. That was someone's mount. Oh, he didn't find the little troll. However, he did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Mornvale Forest. Let us head there and see if we can track it down. This is a long quest for an Aether Current. Ooh. Oh wait, if it's due west for the Aether Current, then it's probably over where I have it then. I want nothing from you other than to get that off of my map. This is another pretty zone, but I still think Elpis is my favorite. Yes, there can be no doubt. There are Shaggle's footprints. Big troll Shaggles. Have uncovered the specimen's trail. It should be close. If you find it under threat from the local fauna, you may dispatch its assailants. Oh, may I? How generous. Defend me, my mighty chocobo. Shadows is adorable. Oh my gosh. Hear that? So small. Shadows, what are you doing out here? Get your butt back to me. Oh, I'm so glad you're unharmed. Sorry, I forgot to read. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Jens buffoon. Grr. He speaks. Archeon is under the threat. You must do something. Grr. This is so cute. I'm more like, you can talk? You can understand me? Wait, are you able to communicate with him? Well, duh, I just said that. Incredible! I've never met someone with such a skill before. This bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos. However, he was abandoned by his mother and in quite the state by the time we found him. He possesses remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. I had seen him making gestures that indicated he'd been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him. To think he actually understood speech. So I do wonder exactly why you were able to understand him and I am not. I'm special. Oh. I'm sort of special. I said that before that option came up. Really? Oh, what I wouldn't give to understand him too. You possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to grr the way you're kind too, but I suppose it makes sense that you understand my general sentiment. I happen to learn of said power from the tomes in the Archeon. Honestly, Buffoon over there is surrounded by a sea of knowledge and he makes no effort to engage with it. Wow. At any rate, glad to finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archeon is in grave danger. Some girlless gleaner managed to bring woodworms in with him during a visit. If we leave them be, they're bound to cause an irreparable damage to the materials at the facility. I tried my best to tell that buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind to see if they would help. But you saw how that turned out. Well, what is he saying? Oh, dearie me. Still, it was most courageous of him to try and solve the issue on his own. Now that we're aware of it, we need to sort out this pest problem at once. Would you mind helping me out a little longer? You're the only one who can understand him after all, and he seems alms ahead of us with regard to the situation at hand. Sure, I've got nothing better to do, like, you know, save the world, but hey, sure. Oh, okay. There's my Aether Current. You're on your own. Fix your worms yourself. Southwest. I bet that's down below. Better to be safe than sorry, since I didn't really pick any of them up first time I was here. Oh, that's really far down too. I don't think it'll let me drop. It won't. Okay. I get down there from here. I think so. Oh, well, here's a lookout point. I can go ahead and grab that. Oh, the Path of Artifice. Number 15 in the Vista record. Nice. But no way down. Alright, I'm going to be lazy and just teleport back to the Archeon. Oh! Yeah, the lift is going to take me down to the medial circuit. Cool. I can get the Aether Current when I get down there. You wish to use the lift, yes? Well, I do. Why would I want to walk through a cave when I can use the lift? And hey, if you are just joining me or watching this as a replay on either here or on YouTube, I am currently doing the Endwalker MSQ. I just finished Elpis the other day and I'm now in Labyrinthos. I am also sponsoring the Trevor Project, which is a charity for the prevention of self-harm and suicide in LGBTQ youths. So if you are feeling generous and can afford it, any donation helps. Just hit on that button down below where it says donate. And lastly, if you haven't followed or followed on Twitch, liked on YouTube, feel free to do so and you'll be notified when I go live again or when I post another video. I believe on YouTube you'll have to subscribe also to be notified, but for Twitch, if you want to just follow, that would be, all followers are appreciated. I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Muriel Ergonomics. These names, Muriel Ergonomics. Still got stink face. Actually, there's something I have been meaning to... No, never mind, it can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. If you've not been paying attention to the story thus far, he is incredibly unhappy that we butted into the business of the forum. Now has to show us around when he doesn't want to. Which is why I keep saying he has stink face. Because the looks he gave in the cutscenes are pretty funny. Alright, how much further southwest? can't believe I didn't pick any of these up the first time. So embarrassed for myself. Wait, can I get it? I might not be able to pick this one. It may actually be down below. Maybe I wasn't so bad after all. I bet it's up there. Cool. Alright, where's the next one? To the west. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one is up here still too. Hey, if you're on the North American Data Center and you'd like to hop in and play some of this together sometime, you are more than welcome to join me in game as well. Always fun to meet new people and do some stuff together. My main class is Sage, so if you wanted to do roulettes or anything, it would have to be as a DPS or a tank. But hey, more the merrier, right? Oh, what's up there? Oh, this better not be a jump puzzle. So sad. If you watch me for any length of time, you'll learn jump puzzles and I do not get along at all. Where's the next one? Southeast. So that is definitely down below. So I will not be able to take that one. Alright, I think I am now caught up on my 8th occurrence for what I can get so far. So continue on with the quests. Sorry for the detour, but I think it was a necessary one. Zones like this that are multi-levels, getting fly in as soon as possible is always a good idea. It looks like I am about halfway through 89 now, so I'm gonna be 90 soon. Woohoo! And I'm not even near being finished with the MSQ. I'm pretty sure I have an entire another zone to go through other than this one. Mariel Agronomics. The farm. Fancy name for a farm. Oh, this is me running right through the mobs, not paying any attention. And in all fairness, I am 8 levels higher than them. They should not be. I guess I have to go inside to talk to Alpha Noel. We made it, finally. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being logistic on Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environments for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Because he's a nerd! Why, father brought me here as a child. Oh, she's about to get jealous. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I've been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Labyrinthos in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. Sorry, my dog is trying to get my attention. He is being demanding this morning, and I promptly ignored him. Subterranean guardians of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the inhabitants built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, habitation. Wow. Each unique, yet undeniably similar, is no mere coincidence. Oh, here comes Stinkface. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Labyrinthos have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please, such as the will of the Forum, after all. Which I'm going to note he voted against and gave Stinkface when he lost. Which is why he shall henceforth be known as Stinkface. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. What, no Stinkface? Then let us proceed. Take me down. By decree of the Forum, the Science of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Yeah, we were just told that. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Nicole Dinkle. That's a name. After whom the forge is named. Who comes up with some of these names? Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. I guess I'll proceed with the quest and go get the Aether Crystal later. This is pretty. Easy to forget we're underground. North. We'll detour for Aether Currents, so that I can fly as soon as possible. Northwest. Wait, up above. Wow, okay. Oh, I'll have to go get it later. I do apologize if you're just tuning in. I am suffering from my allergies. They are in my butt this morning, so if you hear me sniffle, I do apologize. I try to mute whenever I cough, that way that's not coming up in your ear, but all I can say.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Aether Burner conundrum.
Look at that stink face.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
Stink face.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Aether Burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Aether Burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
One would hope.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Labyrinthos?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
I guess compared to the moon, it probably is a teeny tiny boat.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Oi, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity.
Surely there's other places to get more.
Well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Why send the Gleaner when you can send an adventurer? I want to say this sounds like a job for someone else, but I'll end up getting roped into it anyways. Might as well just volunteer.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
And that's why he's the boss.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Oh, shameless plug for Heavensward.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Oh, he's calling everyone.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Go raid the museum.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
Oh, hopefully not a bad kaboom, though. I want to blow up.
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Oh, Panda stink face. I want to see a stink face. You can tell he's still annoyed, though. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous, or infamous, Alphino has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single Link Pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh? And who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. Oh, and on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah. And it was a meanwhile because of the black screen so long.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames, and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thea, guys, We have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the stone torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I thought I had muted. Yes, I did. My apologies.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Meanwhile, in Korathas.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... A roar! A dragon's roar!
How observant. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Labyrinthos himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
What if we're getting all of their relics? They have a lot. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? We've already done more than enough. I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allegon technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair, he seemed to know more than the average scholar. If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangements, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. William Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go! The aetherite crystal. I knew I should have went and got that first, that way I could just teleport and be lazy. Hey, at least this music is better than Elpis's music. I'm not wanting to fall asleep listening to it.
Blood Axibum. Look at Peter, look at Peter, look at Peter.
Hey, Blood, how you doing today? From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Galark.
Blood Axibum. Doing good, you?
Galark Monty Shane mentioned. I'm doing pretty good, Blood, just enjoying a relaxing Sunday of doing some quests in Final Fantasy. Let's start by asking around, dealing without getting in anyone's way. Ideally, without getting in. Gosh, I cannot read. Wow. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. That's my work. No, I gotta go talk to people. It's my favorite thing. Helping with the art. Even with all the power Master Kokol's managed to squeeze out of the Aether Burner, it's still not enough, apparently.
Corpulent Koala. Got you tabbed up, Browski.
Hey, Koala. Thank you, appreciate it. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all
Corpulent
over.
Koala. Corpul spin, corpul spin, corpul spin, corpul spin, corpul spin.
If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there will be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. That's gonna be cold comfort if you don't get the plan done. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Aether Burner? Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties, checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as it is, but with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when, a lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno, and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? I think I'm just gonna start calling him Stinkface. It's easier to say than his name. Offering to help. That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. Mostly lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. Probably Pudding Way looking for more pudding. Let's go and do this Aether Current quest real quick. Or at least pick it up. Excuse me. Couldn't help but notice that you've a way about you that simply screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds. And since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? See, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic as if he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the trolls saw fit to escape into a den of analysts. I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed I'd scare him off like as not, and be torn limb from limb for my pains by the fiends. So I turn to you. Would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with his favorite food, and with it you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that will be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying back. And, though I shudder to think of it, if any of those fell Analasts seek to impede you or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you'll be rewarded for your efforts. Probably not well enough, but we shall see. Right, let's go do this real quick. And let me talk to the Choco Keep, just to get that off of my map. Okay, where am I on Aether Currents? How many more do I need? Oh, quite a few. I know there's some up here that I missed. I'm a slacker. Get him, Choco. I should probably beat up the one hit. Oh, here, take this. Mwah. Reading for animals is so funny. Alright, that was easy enough. Now... oh. Like, why is my gamepad not working? It's because it changed profile to something. Now it is. And if you are just joining me, welcome. I am currently in Labyrinthos, the second part of Labyrinthos for the Endwalker MSQ. And if you are enjoying the stream so far, please do hit that follow button, and you will be notified when I'm live again. And Also, I am sponsoring the Trevor Project, which is a very good charity, especially for LGBTQ teens and children. It does help them, it counsels them to prevent self-harm and suicide. So if you are able to donate, please do. It is a very worthy cause. And now back to the quests. Look, he's returned. I can't thank you enough. I know they may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they are an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos and keep it healthy and thriving. Though we have a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones, most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming leader of his tribe, perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we have a responsibility to watch over them to ensure they are well. And it would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. And yes, your reward. Here, as promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer. Alright, now side distraction done. Let's go talk to Living Way. Fancy meeting you here, Loki. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magic. What we're really interested in is the Theris itself, though. Though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied, honestly. All the time to prepare, and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Not at all. Show yourself around. A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to give the Loporits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Shirleyan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great big Watson over yonder? There's lots of Watson over yonder. Oh yes, the Watson. I shall leave its explanation to Loki. Like I know any more about what's going on down here than they do. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Like I have any idea. Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target an area and inspect it with the left mouse button. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? Oh, I can see through the window. Another pipe at... Oh, I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Wow, my eyes are crossing. Sorry, guys. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Okay, let's see, what else? Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because of those cogs and gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. Spot an embystoma, especially life one at that. It would appear that the concept observed at another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world, somehow. Mushroom-like thing. Mushroom-like thing. That. That looks like the, quote, trees in Greatest Ensvale. Hold on. That's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. That's how you get water pressure. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? Sounds likely to me. I knew it! A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us Labyrinths, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How were they able to survive? Areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Ir Abanya. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Well, not if I want to survive. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtained their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Labyrinths will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlene Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, Many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Labyrinthos may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to the Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Sure, why not? A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. I shall do my best not to let them get eaten. Nibbled on, don't promise anything. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way. Do the water extraction what's it? At least it doesn't look like I have them following me like some of the other follow quests. Mount up and just go there. Actually, let me unfollow these quests. That way they're not in the quest guide, so we have a clear idea of what we're doing. Oh noes! They're out here by themselves. Come on, Choco. I gave you tank skills for a reason. But thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction what's-it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. You know, I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp myself, actually. That one might actually be up here. Let me just go check. I bet it's up here. Hey, to the north. I don't think this even knows where it wants to go. Northwest. This has me running in circles. Oh, there it is. I see it. Now watch, the next steps of this quest are going to bring me right over here, and I just wasted all this time for nothing. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie in the lift's top. Pray follow me. You'll need to use this lift should you wish to go to the medial circuit, not medical circuit. Let me know if you are headed that way. I am. I am on an escort mission. And while I'm up here, I will be grabbing an aether current that I missed before. Because, yeah, it's like a... Marvelous! Simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science, rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources? I wonder. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Anyway, this is all very wonderful, I'm sure. But I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? I believe that both the knowledge and the consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Agronomics. As I imagine, Sigingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus. Wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Murian J was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention, Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can whilst there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. And off he goes. I can mount here. Why am I running? I could have sworn I said I missed one up here, but it's still trying to take me down to the lower level. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often put into pies. Who told him that? Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples? Quickenway is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Ugh, I hate quests. You can leave Quickenway behind by entering a different area or by speaking with him and selecting the option to part ways. Blah blah blah. If I want to get him back, I have to talk to him again. We'll talk to the good old Jib up here. What a fine mess this is. Oh, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I brushed off I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up... Boy, what? We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there. First on the moon, then whatever star the Forum decides will become our new home. Gotcha. That was just a bit confusing at first to say. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. Ain't that the truth? But no matter how carefully it's planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in the new environments, so many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where do we begin? I don't know, where's the quest tell us to go? Looks like over here. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? Let's see. I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Meh. Or ghastly things. I'd rather eat rancid vegan toad eyeballs. No. Meh. Meh? Expression of indifference, I assume. In all fairness, our compendium did note they are valued more as an ingredient for spirituous beverages rather than as fruit for regular consumption. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat! Apples. Or oranges. It's dark. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat! Yes, that's... Equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Huri and Shay about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know? So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. Refreshing my chocobo for another 30 minutes. That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No. No, they're not. No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less a concern of mine than the taste. Blech. So hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. What's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as that orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Oh yes, let's go give him a lemon. Thought the orange was sour. Have at it, Cooking Way. What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. And I have no idea how these are eaten. I'll just bite into it. Do that. My tongue. Is this poison? Get a better view. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ack. It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Oh, I am completely running the wrong direction. Here we go. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they need to not be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. This doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon, have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to, bit of sick came up there, learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create the perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal. And sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we are to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Hydaelyn sees in your kind. Mankind, the Labyrinthos, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Indeed. Pardon my Azorian, but what in the seven hells are you on about, and who are you anyway? Cooking Way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetheris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? And back to the lift. Is everyone here, or are they still down below? Probably just cooking way up here. Yep. They're all here. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Limsa Labyrinthos is home to the Culinarians Guild and many less than savory establishments. Would that I had time to visit. Sigh. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hydaelyn's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Loki, I trust thy time at Mariel Agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlene Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Labyrinth there. Should further questions within my power to answer arise. I hate the way he talks. Aww. Poor growing way. And I'm gonna be lazy and teleport as I can. Die. Yes, Loki, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. You want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at the Logisticon Alpha, that's why. The forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests that way? You should see the force of the first. One was purple. Gasp. Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. Oh, it is. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. Thought I heard tiny voices. Tancred! How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to that challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. You say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the western plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. Tis as good a place as any. Oh, can I help you? Yeah, we're here to talk to you. Your car's warranty is about to expire. It is you who would help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I cannot speak. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlayan ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology. It's all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it into the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aetherburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but well, maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks for one, I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatial temporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've hit the star, or we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of a great big cosmos rather than separate places. Scientific nerd stuff discussion going on? I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thinkgrid's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporits to attend them? Excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Loki, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loporit. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporit and every Loporit in their place. Eight? I have to find 8 people? Jeez. Concerns? Nay, there's no point worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go by that much slower. This woman seems to be coping well. Oh, and they don't all even count? Ugh. This sucks. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons. We'll just call them surgeons. But to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there definitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? Because then otherwise you wouldn't be sitting there waiting for me to tell you to go see them. Aha! Haha! The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible 1 minute, utter bollocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond our help. Only sleep can save her now. So why can't I just knock her on the head? Distracted researcher. That looks promising. 50 bunches of weeds in the ground, 50 bunches of weeds. Rip one out and add it to the mound. 50 bunches of weeds in the... I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see. But then I found myself unable to relax at all. So I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds and lost my damn mind. Pleasant conversation partners and oh so fuzzy? Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Nope, can't go in there, so they're not indoors. This circle is so huge. I have no doubt that they've hidden some behind big pillars or something somewhere. The way I like to quest is go around the outer edge first and then work my way in. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are. Yeah, she's not, you know, traipsing around time and other zones trying to find an answer. Of course she's doing better than I am. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. She already has the support she needs. Where's my support in finding these people? Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God Gods know what made by gods know who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like my questions. Ugh, 5 more to go. I think I have a new hated quest. There's one. Hyperventilating. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? No, you idiot. You're just stressed. Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, saving countless lives and dooming all mankind. That is highly unlikely. Yes, yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. 4 more to go. Yes, yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without the bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Labyrinthos. How about we just leave him? My face? What's wrong with my... Ow! Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Go talk to the bunnies. The bunnies will help you. Including the Roberts in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. And just remember, they're not food for whatever you're planning on bringing. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the Aether Burner make our original estimates unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. Perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. A tired gleaner. Anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void since played it as a piano. My feet and knees are as drums and cymbals too. He's fine, he just needs a break. Got 2 more people to find. There's 2 more? Where haven't I been? So many places to hide. Blasted assistants. Where have they gone off at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine... The Labyrinthos are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? I just did. At least they won't moan about how they're checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. Oh, one more. One more. Apologies, but I am awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is will have to wait. Oh, I see a quest. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. Simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. And I chose the worst way to go. Look at this. Wow, all the way around. I'm an idiot. Literally all the way around. Oh my gosh. Behold, Loki! Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos, rarely to a greater number than we anticipated. Livinway doth gather more Labyrinthos as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require more, not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee.
much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo.
Why did that just get so dark? An opportune cloud passing over, or is it turning night?
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh no, it's not Moonbreeder.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
What was that?
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others.
That's not surprising at all.
Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you, too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
Very.
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Oh, that was an emotional moment. Oh, Loki, be assured that I am fine. I am. Oh, glad to see them too, after so long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. We got your back. Ahem. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Labyrinthos. Disposed to rest on their laurels. Several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Oh, several Aether Current quests. I shall grab them real quick, and if they're quick, do them. If not, they can wait until another time. Oh, what am I to do? Ah, you're that adventurer who helped out the students of Baldician, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. What is it with letting children run away? I thought only researchers lived here. Ah yes, simply put, my wife and I work at Aporia, and she happened to conceive whilst we were living here in Charlian Hamlet. I assure you we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos, or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart unto others, so he has spent his entire life, thus far, within the confines of Charlian Hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him, and well, he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead?
Stream
I'm sure
elements.
he'd be much more willing to listen
Thank you
to
for following
anyone
Drepepperman22.
other than his
Smiley
parents at this
face.
point. Oh, thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate it. Thank you. Purple my boy, is most likely in the plaza to the east. I can't imagine he struck out any further on his own. I bet he's not there.
Drepepperman22. Hi at Loki_TPA, how's the stream going?
It's going pretty good, thanks. It's Final Fantasy MSQ, so it's more like just listening and watching a big story. With the occasional fight. It's enjoyable, it's nice and relaxing on a Sunday. How's your day been? You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? You do have a worldly look about you. As a gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where's the furthest you have ventured?
Drepepperman22. Not bad. I can't wait for bedtime now though, haha.
What time is it there for you? It's only 1:45 p.m. here. What will I say? The Far East? Another world? Or I cannot say. Into other worlds. Beat that, gleaner. Is that meant to be in jest? The look on your face tells me you're serious. Aye, you should do nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for dear Abanya. If you would do me the honor, the reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. Alright, let's do these really quickly so that we can just get the ether currents out of the way. They shouldn't take long. They rarely do. Are you here for the crystal? I hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folks need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such, it has become custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveler. And today that traveler is you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler to be, if you will. Sure, why not? A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasa, a concept taught in Razatan, and how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that should about do it. With luck, your prayers will guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. Give me the crystal already. Why the gleaner couldn't just be sitting there waiting at the crystal for a more seasoned adventurer, I do not know. Like, why is he up here, making me do all the running? Doesn't he know who I am? You have a lantern crystal for me? I sure do. You have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith that it will keep me safe until my return. And now I depart for dear Abenya. I hope your travels are successful as well as mine. Okay, now where's this kid supposed to be? Supposed to be down here. What? Who are you? Oh, don't you just wish you could just reach out and trip them when they try to run away? I am not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos. Why don't you try telling me first, or I can decide what to believe on my own, thank you. I think I'll go with that. I can decide what to believe on my own. Fine, I shall tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up, all because of my age. Got into a big fight with Father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what could happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although I am scared to venture outside on my own, they say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you could come with me. I could pay you, it's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. Oh, I can't take a kid's money. You do not need to pay me. I thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. This is a proper deal, alright? Gotta take my money to make it binding. Fine, kid, whatever. Then it's settled. Oh, that was easy enough. Good luck with that sun problem there, kid. I got other things to do. Like, you know, save the world and shit like that. How do I get out of here? Oh, there's the gate. I can go through there. Most likely I'll come back and do these quests on another job just to get the experience from them, but for right now I am just focusing on the MSQ quests and then get an Aether Currents. So, speaking of Aether Currents, the west should be one. There's Alizé. Loki, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks, are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. Need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphano should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Deliver the crate of samples to Alphano. You will have 3 minutes to complete the tasks. Should you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. I got this. Easy peasy. Maybe. How far do I have to go? Oh lord. That's far. I can do it. Just have to give all the monsters a wide space to avoid getting aggro, since apparently I can't even run. Oh, and I've got to go through a feint to get there. Lovely. Confidential documents retrieved. Yep, I'm carrying a box at the moment. Sorry. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Thancred. Of course. Other people not want to do their stuff. Ah. Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. You're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Apuria to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with the final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. We call him Stankface because of the looks. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. Shots fired. Suppose we should let someone know that we're finished. Theopaldon is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Oh, then I can grab the crystal too. Why do they put water around the crystal? Like, do they enjoy making their visitors get wet? How rude. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've brought samples from Shoreline Hamlet. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Oh, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortunal's children, are you not? Alphino and Alice at your service. You're well acquainted with my father, I take it? Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's mulets, no less. You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Yeah, I'm passing on the paperwork, thanks. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Damn it! I wanted to get out of it. I am not a mailman. Or mail girl, whatever you want to call it. Wait right there. You'll find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alice, I'm certain they will be back soon enough. You gave me an exact location to go. Why is there a big orange circle on the map? Are you not one of the Scions of the 7th Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the Aether Burner. We are. Theopaldon's paperwork? I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, we keep this between us, but I sincerely hope the Scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Sharlayan has never been a nation of the curious, has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. And I beat him back. Haha. Quick and efficient, I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We returned with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levelier name garners much respect in Sharlayan is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Noonkrep's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. Not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. That's why Noonkrep pronounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason has ever been our family's creed. These names, I tell you, I don't know how they come up with them. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louis Swat looked into Noonkrep's words, but his deeds, he asserted in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. That there will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those who might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Loisois lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Sharlayan or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet, Portionhall, or Skankface as I like to call him, could not reconcile Louisois' deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Portionhall agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Portionhalt's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my words for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he decided that a given action is the best, he will stay the course no matter what or who opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you'll agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure these specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. I know, I think I like calling him Skankface better. Hail, you three! Graha! Graha! Surely Kokold hadn't driven you out to the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has sent me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could at least use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we have been delayed too long as it is. What about you, Loki? Can you spare the time? Of course, because, you know, I have no choice. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. And we are going to still be continuing through Labyrinthos for the Endwalker MSQ. This is for the lower part. We are down below in the inner ring. And yeah, let's
K0SS. Tabbed but busy, laughing face. K0SS. Hope you are well.
Hey Chaos, I'm doing pretty good. How's your day going?
Stream Elements. Thank you for following K0spit, smiley face.
Hey, thank you for the follow with your bot. Alright, let's go ahead and get started with doing the MSQs. Let's see. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol
just
wishes
catching
to
up
be
with
ready
some chores
to
before
put
work tomorrow. How's your day been?
Proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. Hey, my day's been pretty good. I finished work a little early today, so decided to play some Final Fantasy. So here we are. Alright, to fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's forge to burn hotter.
Joni Games.
He sent me to increase the amount of
Hey,
aether
busy
being
at the moment, but I have you
funneled to his
tabbed.
furnaces.
Have a good stream.
Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. The flow of fire-aspected aether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. And then this is where we part then. We'll see you in Shirley and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. Gotta go this way. Are there any aether currents on the way? Southeast, so probably so. Well, this looks like the building we need to go to, so I'll stop here first before getting that aether current. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire aether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspected aether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. And I ask you to put down any that draw too near. They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would. Let Chocobo out to help fight for me. And then come down here and wait. Come on, Choco. You're slacking. I'm getting hit. I help if I turn his defender stance on. That was easy enough. Did everything go smoothly out here? Of course they did. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water aether appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, just merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of Alagon's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to compass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist Ammon. Did he remember his life as Hermes? Kinda makes you wonder. I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alec that moved Aemon to resurrect Emperor Xandi. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Xandi's return, Aemon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Xandi been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Aemon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Aemon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them thought that meaning, that hope in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantine, to travel to the ends of creation beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting on? Oh, and the Aether Current is on the way to where I need to go. How convenient. Another one to the east, which is exactly where we're going, so hopefully it's on the way. Keep an eye out for it. Oh, I should see it before I do. I see it right there, actually. I should see it before I get to the quest, but here we are. Northwest. That must be down there somewhere. Ooh, I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, and there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Sigh. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do, only. I hate waiting. I want that adamantite and I want it now. We are fairly impatient, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get you gone, I've got mistakes to make. Well, alrighty then. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure nothing was gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however, I will join you in Charlotte Hamlet anon. Okay, north. Oh, so maybe it's not in the scepter here. How many more do I have to find? I don't even have all of Thavnir done. That's pathetic. Alright, I'm on my last quest one, and I've got 2 more out in the wild to find. So let's go get them. I feel like this is just a lot of wasted area. I don't think I've ever seen anything going on in here. Wonder if they're planning on using it for anything in the future. How did I miss this one? So close to where I was before. If I wait here, my companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Yes, I'll go ahead and wait.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Labyrinthos, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbour at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Well, that didn't take too long.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbour. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Oh, I bet that's a lot more than they were expecting.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
Why the 12? Surely, these can't all be.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. I played a vital role in keeping a lookout whilst our expeditionary forces secured the adamantite.
Oh, ever the coward.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the self-same port, and had space for additional cargo.
Oh, that's convenient.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
That's more than
We
convenient.
funded the venture. When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Taru.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount.
I'm surprised she doesn't glare at Estinian at this point.
We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Now that's a twist. Is he gonna do stink face? Do it.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, then? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos.
Of course you did. Labyrinthos have their hands in everything.
What the Scions are trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
Think face.
To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
See it! You brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, gave his assent. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself in.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. Of all these goodies, we could get 7, no? 10, no? 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Give us the stink face. There it goes. He's such an ass.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it, the lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you.
Oh, he is a big softy after all.
Share your struggles with me. As family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great Exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlien's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Millions. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger.
Nope, it was all them.
Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
lend us your strength. Sounds like the best option.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
That was a long cutscene. Wow. We finally managed to clear
Joni
the harbor,
Games.
which means the rest is in
Ginger
the engineer's
488
capable
Jonah
hands.
Crabs Ginger 488 Jonah Crabs Ginger 488 Jonah Crabs.
I like those emotes, those are cute. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the
Joni Games.
the means by which
I read
Heidelin
the
may be
emotes, LOL.
contacted. Yeah, it reads just about everything except for links, actually. We are to meet him at Aporia when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the forum's methods for speaking with her is not without risks. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tests that
Joni
need
Games.
doing.
How are things going?
Doing pretty good. I'm not sure if you've watched Final Fantasy MSQ before, but it's mostly just story, occasional dungeons, that sort of thing. So it's a lot of reading and listening. Right, the forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then.
Joni Games. I have not. What does MSQ stand for?
Yeah, main story quest.
quest.
Yep, that is it exactly. Alright, so now to teleport to Aporia. Yep. Final Fantasy MSQ might as well just be called movie time because it is a lot of cutscenes. I mean, it's a great story. I don't think I've ever played a game with a better story, but it's just long cutscenes. Loki, I have already shown the others inside. You'll want to speak with Caroline. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. You're with Master Fashinal. Yes, just step inside the lift here. Going down.
Joni Games. Good stories are much harder to come by in modern games, I feel like.
I agree. Definitely agree. Alright, and from here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Dalmazane. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Since I'm going to get flying after I turn in this quest, I am going to go ahead and see if I can't track down these last two Aether Currents that are sitting out in the world, ready to be gathered. It's gonna be up there, I bet. Yep, it absolutely is. Alright, well, I am going to then teleport to there and then run. And there goes the motorcycle. Sorry about that. Why anyone needs a vehicle that loud, I will never understand. This says north. Oh, there it is. Way up there. Ah! Kokobo's not out. Oh, how close is he to leveling? Oh, not close at all. Due west. I wonder if this is the one that I was picking up down there. Probably is. What's funny is just doing the MSQ quest and only doing the dungeons when I have to do them, I'm almost 90 and I've still got a good part of this zone to do and a whole different zone as well. So there's a lot of stuff to finish to do the story. I see it. It's over there. Now, after I complete this part of the story quest, I will have a flying in this zone.
Joni Games. What is max LVL in FFXIV?
90. 90 is the current max level. The very first story, the A Realm Reborn, it's a good story. Not my favorite, but it's good. Heaven's Word after that is fairly good. I really liked that one. Stormblood, didn't like it so much, it felt a little disjointed.
Joni Games. That's kinda nice then, an MMO where you don't have to grind repeatable quests for hours on hours to get max.
Agreed. Definitely agree. Stormblood was a good expansion, but not my favorite by far. It just, the story felt very disjointed. Shadowbringers, loved it. Absolutely loved it. I can't wait to do it again on another character. And then Endwalker has been by far my favorite story so far. Just because it kind of wraps everything up to the current, or the basic underlying story to everything that's happened in the previous expansions. This one wraps it up fairly well. That is a beautiful ship. I bid you welcome
Joni
to
Games.
Thalmazine. Direct your attention toward its
You
center
knocked out
to
my
behold
next
the
question
arc.
of which story was your fave, haha.
Direct your attention toward its center to behold the arc over which we have long labored. It looks way too sleek and battle ready to look like an arc, in my opinion. That does not look like a transport ship. That looks like a fighter ship to me. Anyway, as you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. Oh, okay, so they've made it magicked inside. The TARDIS! It's bigger on the inside. The Aether Burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol has several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear that will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Of course. Always prepared. And there I am, level 90 now. And have flying in this zone. Woohoo! Alright, I need to step away for just a moment. I will be right back. Won't be gone long at all. Sorry about that. I am back. My dog was in a little bit of trouble. I had to go deal with that, so I apologize.
Joni Games. Joni 7 Party Charlie, Joni 7 Party Charlie, Joni 7 Party Charlie.
Yeah, he's a little troublemaker when he wants to be. Alright, back to the quest. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come.
Joni Games. LMAO, I gotta limit myself to one emote for spam here.
That's all good. Now, if you were doing, like, you know, say 10 of them at a time, then I might have to say, hey, chill out there a little bit. But no, you're good. What's funny is I've actually told the bot not to read emotes, but it does it anyway, so just blame the bot. As you all know, alongside our physical world
Joni
exists
Gaines.
an ethereal plane,
Sentient
what we
bot.
refer to as the ethereal sea. Yeah, he's trying to annoy me. That's what it is. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilized this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thamazine. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. The Ataioscope. Can you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Ataioscope. It's probably something like Asioscope or something like that. I'm totally butchering that word, I'm sure. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your own safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aishascope ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of aether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing that risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please allow me. Poor Kryl, she always gets left behind. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner of the Master Falshana has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do this? I can think of none I'd trust more. Compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into aether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. She probably would. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Of course there is. Those in ages past refer to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace, is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember, those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Oh, I just unlocked a dungeon. I was wondering what was actually going to happen with this part of the story. Alrighty. So now, if you're watching, you get to watch me do a dungeon. How exciting.
Joni Gaines. Do you like dungeons or no?
I do. Usually. It depends. There are times where you can get a dungeon where the tank wants to overpool or the healer's not very good, so it can just depend. Usually most dungeon runs are good and smooth though. Very rarely does it happen to where it's not.
Joni Gaines. Yup, definitely understand those frustrations. What role are you?
I have been leveling as a healer. So I am playing the Sage class, which is a shield healer. Final Fantasy has two different types of healers. There's four total healing classes. 2 are direct heals and then 2 are shield healers. So they are more about mitigating damage than necessarily, healing damage that's already occurred. Although the shield healers do have to do both sometimes. Alright. Here we go. Doing a dungeon is also a great way to see the way other players glamour their gear. Like we got Farmer Reaper over here.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
I think when they did Sage, they also tried to emulate sort of the Discipline Priest from WoW, where my damage will heal whoever I put my buff on for healing. But I feel like in a lot of fights it's negligible healing. It's not really as strong as it should be for touting that this is a class that heals by doing damage also. So... But again, that's just my personal opinion. Maybe it's different as in-game. Oh, this guy's very tanky. Jeez. I guess we needed that to happen in order to beat him. Oh, never a good sign when the tank gets hit by something. Because most attacks from bosses put vulnerability on you, which means you take more damage. Fun, fun, fun. Oh man, she's got 4 stacks of vulnerability on her. This is gonna be tough. Oops.
Joni Games. That thing slaps, lol.
It does. And because of the tank's vulnerability, I was too focused on healing her. I wasn't focused on what the boss was doing. Which is what got us killed. This is a very interesting design for a dungeon. Like, I wonder if we even go over to those platforms over there. got it down.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Oh, got a new earring too.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
That stupid motorcycle just went by again. This music is pretty good in here too. Kind of liking it. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, this tank is retarded. Sorry if that word offends anyone, but she just pulled 3 groups. There's no way.
Joni gains. She did 4, laughing face.
Well, yeah, but the problem is if she dies, we're probably gonna die because she's tanking. So, oh, come on! No, 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 no! I am surprised, but I used like every cooldown I had to keep her alive.
Joni gains. Nice.
I'm surprised she survived those 2 pulls. The dummy.
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Oh. Damn it. AKA Finn Daniel. The murderous jerk.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer! The stage is set!
got it down. First try.
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Oh, sure, now everyone else follows me in. Losers. Make me clear the way.
Joni Gaines. I believe in this case, after beating his ass, his future is the lie, not yours.
Well, we're in the quote, underworld where all the spirits are, so he's already dead. So he has no future.
Joni Gaines. He's really clinging to a dream of a future then, haha.
Yes, he is. Oh, I guess he's not. He just fell back down.
My very essence.
Joni Gaines.
Begins
I'm eating
to
my
wake.
words now, I guess.
Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Oh, have you any memories of Medion, or do you recall your days as Hermes? Let's ask him if he recalls his days as Hermes.
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmett Suck. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes, that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world, his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death.
Now, the only comment I'm going to make right now is that outfit was a choice.
So I ask you, why live at all? We betray. We torment. We murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandaniel, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall, and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I'll do what must be done. Say nothing, or just say next time we will find the answer together. Let's go with the third one. Let's have some compassion.
Even here, even now. You have every right to hate me. For the fool I was. For the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
What a little jerk.
I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you. I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come, yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear, I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, My champion. When all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light, shouldst thou emerge victorious.
Flashback time! Oh, or maybe not. Maybe it's just fight time. Gotta fight Hydaelyn now. Oh, wow. Through this quest, through using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of scions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Oh, neat. I can do this trial with the NPCs. I think I shall try that. Let's do that.
'Twould be a pleasure as always. Together we shall overcome. 'Twould be a pleasure
I guess
as
I have
always.
to take all of them. Gotcha. Let's go. I've never done a trial with the trust before. Let's see how well it goes.
Joni Games. That's a big squad.
Yeah, trials and raids are... Like, some of the raids are 8 people, some of them are 24. This is a trial, so it's got 8 people in it. A normal group is 4. Dungeons are 4 people.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come,
Joni
prove
Games.
thy worth.
Interesting.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue.
You underestimate me!
Good thing about doing this with the NPCs is that if I need to move out or move into a certain location, I can just follow them.
I will not hold back.
They failed me.
And now this.
You underestimate me.
Light unyielding.
Except for it looks like most of the NPCs aren't getting out of anything. They're just getting hit by everything.
Joni Games.
Like, no.
Haha, using them to already know the boss patterns. Laughing face. Joni Games. They're just face tanking LMAO.
By blade.
But only a few of them are getting out of the way. Like, 2 of them right there just stood in the bad.
Light unyielding.
Allow me.
You know. By blade.
Well, they moved that time at least.
Crystals of light. To me. Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness. my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. With heart and speed. But this test is far from over. By crystal's light.
Allow me. You're mine.
You cannot stop us!
We're near or far.
You're mine.
We're high or low.
You underestimate me.
Light unyielding.
Away with you!
Refulgence eternal.
You cannot stop us!
By blade.
Not good.
Succumb not to fear.
My turn.
You underestimate me back!
Hold still.
You underestimate me!
We're near or far.
Tis a most fearsome familiar.
I will not hold back!
Well, at least they've gotten better of, you know, getting out of the way of things.
Try and stop me!
Wow, she's really liking this light wave ability.
You underestimate me! You cannot stop us! I have you! Light unyielding!
Got it. Not that I had any doubt with doing it as a trust. Although there at the beginning I was getting a little concerned that they weren't going to get out of anything.
Victory.
Indeed.
At last, man has the strength to...
Do what?
Joni Games. A little concerned about their start, but they got it figured out, haha.
Indeed, and you would think as NPCs they would have had it from the start.
No! This can't be happening!
Oh no, is she actually dying?
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you.
Well, but before you go, we kind of need to know where to go.
This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars.
Guess I should have been a little bit more patient.
Deliver it unto the Labyrinthos. They will guide you to her.
Joni Games. Ginger 488 LUL.
Crossing great distances. There is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. but a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well.
Or for you, Johnny, since you've not seen it, the very beginning of the game, you start out in kind of a void, and you are presented in front of this crystal.
While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of
Joni
nature.
Games. I see.
The Mother Crystal. Our final hope.
As a side note, Final Fantasy XIV is free to play up to level 60.
I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you,
If you like
my
MMO-type
chosen.
games.
Joni Games. Man, the classic FF music I love.
Heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star.
Joni Games. Yeah, I've considered giving it a go several times but haven't actually done it.
Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on.
The only thing that happens in the free trial, though, is you cannot join a free company and you cannot trade with others. So, like, say if you were to start playing and you played on my server, I wouldn't really be able to help you. But if you were to just buy the game, then obviously you wouldn't have those restrictions. But the free trial is definitely a good way to give the game a try to see if you like it.
Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azum, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, for it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on my journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, Look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
Thank you, Hydaelyn, or we will find our way, but not. I'll use her real name for the last time.
Of this, I have no doubt, for yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Oh man, that was quite the little cutscene. I'm glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your souls deep as you
Joni
went,
Gaines.
we could neither see nor
That
hear
was said
you.
for someone who hasn't even played.
Yeah, that was definitely hitting you in the feels. The fluctuations in your 8th there near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? Yeah, I'm gonna have to say I think this is actually better than the previous expansion after that part of the story. Shadowbringers was great, don't get me wrong, but this just stepped it up a bit. You mean to say Hydaelyn is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Hydaelyn's will without delay. We'll find Medion if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates of despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse, the moon and the Charlian's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy. Despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of that. You can chart a course through the Sea of Stars in a single day? Gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? Oh wow, they brought me all the way back up here. I don't have to even teleport. That was convenient. And since you've probably not seen this yet, Johnny, this is Charlayan. This is the new city for this expansion. It's a city of scholars and scientists. Aha, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that.
Joni Gaines. Looks pretty big, but might also be because your dude is so small, haha.
Probably because he's so small. He is one of the races called the Labyrinthos. They are very, very short. Okay. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. Retire to your chamber. Sure.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder.
This would make a pretty background for a computer.
Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
think my character looks like a little goblin. Ryle has urgent news. Loki, I trust you had a good rest. An envoy of Master Forshanault. I have no idea how you say that name, I always mess it up. Arrived not long ago with a message. The Labyrinthos have determined Medion's location. We've been asked to gather at the rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. Where's the door out? Oh, it's right here. Wood to rostra. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Labyrinthos have deduced the whereabouts of Medion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion system, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess aether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyper Hopper into your aether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Labyrinthos' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed of the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of the star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would be. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacius. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary, they have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Labyrinthos too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. You almost certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, and otherwise a vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Medion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here. Yuri and Jay, and now we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? You couldn't stop us if you tried. We'll avert the final days, whatever it takes, or, well, we've come this far. I'm gonna go with, we'll avert the final days, whatever it takes. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the, Hyper Hopper? The Labyrinthos will coordinate with the Ilsabard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. It would seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? Outside. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Medion as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and to Taru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should go get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Loki, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldesian Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. Oh, hey Johnny, I just noticed you donated. Thank you so much. That is such a worthy cause. Thank you. It's greatly appreciated. For some reason that doesn't come through the stream chat, so I just saw that when I looked onto the system and the stream manager.
Joni Games. Oh, no worries. Laughing face.
Here's another thing I really like about Final Fantasy. I have to go down here. I'm up here. You don't die from falling damage if you're not in combat. You can just jump. Shortcuts are shortcuts, you know?
Joni Games. Your poor mini dude's legs though, haha.
He's got strong knees. He can handle it. Welcome, Loki. Bleh. I don't even know my name. Welcome, Loki, to Taru's boutique.
Joni Games. Built short but sturdy.
Yep. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. So, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlayan. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Cherish the thought. Varstadu, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Tartaru. We'll be ready to open shortly. The Taru. Taru or Tartaru? Oh well, he's a potato, who cares? Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. Let's go for it. Ah, I did not expect to find you here. I imagine Nahada would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Aether Burner. This simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlayan while I oversee matters in Radzat-Han. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Roshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Radzat-Han, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. The artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey unto the heavens to protect the light, may the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. Would that Ahawan were alive to see it. I should like to visit Radzat-Han again when this is all over, or I worry your faith in me may be misplaced. Oh. I should like to visit Radzat-Han again when this is all over. And we should be honored to receive you. There's still much of Radzat-Han you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? I bet that's cooking way. Oh no, it's not. Loki, old boy. My, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps, befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiment so long as my confinement continues indefinitely, the young Lord Four-Temps insists that as long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlayan. Thus do I troll, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sickard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work. And without Honorot here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlayan delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. A hearty meal is what you're after. I'd suggest the last stand. The K over on the pier? Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I would give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old boy. Well, well, is that Loki and Tataru I spy? Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightways to Kagane once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence that they will succeed, and I will make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bacaro Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldenard Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a man of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes.
LOL.
Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lolorito have to offer.
A man of priorities.
Hey, lemon cakes are the bomb. Let's just admit that right now. But let us speak more of this upon your return.
Lemon cakes are delic.
They are, Vivi, I agree. And thank you for watching. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire until we next meet. Look at that stank face. She's like, get out of here. Oh my gosh, how many people do I have to see? I blame you, midget.
Vivi_scandal.
All of them.
All of them.
No,
LOL.
It better not be all of them. There's like 30 people that came here delivering stuff. Ah, Loki, you decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Not by choice. Being forced. Forced, I say. Tataru. Like he didn't see her standing there. Biggs, Wedge. I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlayan and Razat Han has been a rewarding. I can't speak. Has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Labyrinthos. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the
Joni
pleasure to
Gaines.
work on. Even Nero
Nice
was
the Biggs
rendered
and Wedge live
speechless
on.
more than one occasion. Yep, they have been in since Realm Reborn, I believe. I can't wait for you to see it. Still hard to believe we have the means to send you off to the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Mumble, mumble. Ah, there is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Loki. But no matter what happens, we have been believing for a brighter future. No, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. That we do, my friend, that we do. Or, and one filled with even more adventure. Oh, let's go for more adventure. More adventure. Always more adventure. Oh wow, Vivi, thank you so much for that $25 donation. That is awesome. You rock. Thank you so much. It's such a worthy cause.
Vivi_scandal. To brighter futures. Vivi_scandal. Futures asterisk.
I don't know.
Gaines.
Futures is pretty good
Nice.
too.
At Vivi_scandal.
When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. You know, the Lalafels would not be so bad if their knees just bent when they ran. That's all I ask. Let their knees bend. They look like stick figures running. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Finally. Right. I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Asarud from Palaka's stand. Pleased to meet you. Probably not the right answer. I'm sure I've met her before. Now she's gonna get mad at me. The pleasure is mine. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnir, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. They better. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's at Ruby Bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Oh no, not another sappy moment. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevere time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been so much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. I'll say, she's gone. The shop closed just in time for the quest to be over. In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. You may now obtain job-specific gear from Varsarud. The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however all item sets will be subject to item level sync. On reaching level 90 with the corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Well, I'm already 90. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quest associated with said job. I haven't even started the role quest yet. Oops. So I guess no dye for me. Sage's arm. At peace. Axe. Uh-oh. 3 slots remaining in my inventory. I've been a pack rat, it seems. Oh, very much so. Okay. And save. It's actually pretty nifty looking. Probably look better on another race instead of potato, but yeah. I like the little skunk boy for this. So delighted by your patronage, Tataru is ready to send you on your way. I realize you still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Baldesian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you do decide to go looking for them, I suggest speaking with Cryo first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans. If I must. But first, I know there's a bell around here somewhere I can drop some of this stuff off. There. That should help. You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru? It was a surprise long in the making, with many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Y'shtola, Thinkard, and Urianger have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alice and Graha, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at Numenon. Why would you go study? You should be relaxing. As for Alphino and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Levelure estate, though Estinian seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you've a mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Y'shtola and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. If you choose to go speak to them, you may, but look, I have no choice. I call shenanigans. And yes, I'm going to be lazy. Oh, and of course it would help not to, run past the place where I'm supposed to go. Okie, come to make our trio a quartet, have you? Please, have a seat, we'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
You've nothing left to prove, not to Rhine nor Minfilia. We'll get through this together, or just make sure you bring enough ammunition. Let's go with the funny option. Just make sure you bring enough ammunition.
Oh, ye of little faith. I know better than to leave home without ample supplies, thank you very much. Didn't pick up the gunblade yesterday. And to think I used to prefer fighting from the shadows. Gods, I really have changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Asians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast?
Joni Gaines. Sweet glasses.
Indeed, but I didn't get to answer the question.
To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
There's somebody sitting in just Tola's lap. Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best if you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Yurieshe. I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, that is all that matters. I don't have a choice. I'd rather have a choice. I'd rather get on with the mission.
Joni Gaines. Well, I have to slip out for now.
Oh.
I'll leave you a tab up.
What brings you here?
Have a good rest of stream/day.
Well, thank you, Johnny. You have a great day as well, and talk to you soon. Thanks again for watching. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides,
You're _angel_18.
brought back fond memories
Boy
of my
Loki
own.
niche of 1 wow niche of 1 wow niche of 1 wow.
Or poor.
Hey, Angel. How you doing today?
Family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait!
You're _angel_18. Doing okay, just can't sleep again.
Since I
Haha,
left
maybe
home,
I will
I've
stream
made
later
a great
again.
many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make
Oh, I'm
amends.
sorry to say you can't sleep,
But
but
through it all,
yeah, maybe
you
streaming
didn't
will
give up on
put you in a relaxed mood to sleep.
to have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
You're _angel_18. Yeah, maybe Jax Verhart.
Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
Suppose I ought to thank you both as well. It seems like a good response.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Heidelin meant when she spoke about depending on one another.
Probably so.
However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Alright, one last stop. Over to
Your underscore
to the
angel
nerds.
underscore 18. Do you know the game Kingdom Hearts? That game has the same vibes in my eyes. It's lovely. Jax Verhug.
I have heard of the game. I have never played it though. Sightseeing log number 6. I know that the Kingdom Hearts games do have some Final Fantasy characters in some of them, so I can definitely see how you would get that vibe from it. Pudding way! Did you find any pudding? No, you're reading a book. Boring. Go get some pudding. They're both asleep. Maybe they had the better idea of napping, pretending to be reading a book.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer. So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear.
Yeah, all these sappy conversations are making me start to worry that the next zone is going to be hell.
So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength.
Your underscore angel underscore 18.
Remember that.
Haha, you never know, just hope it won't be Jax Verlaff XD.
Very true, very true.
feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What are you... What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. Okay, back to the annex. Finally.
You're _angel_18. The music of the game is so comfy and relaxing it's pep hard.
It is. There have been several times where I've been questing and I'm just like, ugh, now I want to go to bed and take a nap. There have been a couple zones where the music was very, very snooze-worthy in a good way. Very relaxing. Oh shit, I'm sorry, I forgot to read that. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. I apologize. I'm so used to just going to the inn and it being standard gossip.
You're _angel_18. Haha, sleepy Loki, interesting.
This looks like Elpis. This doesn't look like Charlian. What is going on here? Who is this? Oh, it's him.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you?
You're _angel_18. He looks like a bad person straight out of hell.
And what was it that you sought in me?
He was one of the main bad guys in a previous expansion called Stormblood. And yeah, he is not a nice person. And thus it dawns, the day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready.
Woohoo! Finally!
The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule.
Let's go. Let's go whip old bird girl back into shape.
Upon arriving,
Teacher, stop
your
being mean.
objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
Of course. Go get her.
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph.
And I'm certainly not going with the intent to lose.
Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here.
I quit.
Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You can count on it. Okay, since this looks like going to be the start of the Ultima Thule section of the MSQ, I am going to go ahead and stop here for the time being, and let's go over and visit another friend of mine that is streaming and go see their game. I'm sure you'll enjoy watching them as much as you've enjoyed watching mine. Thank you all so much for watching, and if you have not yet hit that follow button, please do so, and that way you'll be notified when I am live again. And also, if you are watching this on YouTube or as a rerun, feel free to check out the donate to the charity that I am doing. It is the Trevor Project.
_angel_18. Niche of one rave, niche of one rave, niche of one wow, niche of one wow, niche of one wow, niche of one wow.
Thanks, Angel. I am sponsoring the Trevor Project. It is a very worthy cause, and it does prevent the self-harm or suicide in LGBTQ teens and youths, so it's a very worthy cause. Thank you again for watching, and let's get you over to Justice so that you can watch his game. He's usually fairly entertaining as well, and I hope you enjoy. Thank you again, and look forward